Hello and welcome everyone to the last Made It Mondays of DraNoWriMo, Dragon Novel Writing Month, in support of me writing my next book about dragons in my series. But you can use the sprint for whatever you need it for. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.C. Huston, and the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to have 45-minute sprints in which it's focused time for me because I have focus issues. And I am now drafting my novel. I started drafting it on the weekend, and y'all, I did not sleep. I barely slept last night because I was so into my story and writing. It's like, no, I gotta finish this. I gotta finish this. Oh, I gotta finish this part. Oh, I want to finish this part. And it was like 2:30 in the morning when I realized I should probably go to sleep. And it usually takes me like a half hour to get wind down, brush teeth, wash face, all that good stuff. So I'm laying there in bed. It's just past 3, and I'm like, I have to get up at 5 to go to the gym. Am I going to wake up? And I had slept through on Friday last week, not because I slept through the alarm. I'm pretty light sleeper, so if something happens to wake me up, I'm usually up. But I forgot to set my alarm on Friday. And so that was playing in my mind. It's like, I can't miss Monday because I already missed going because I have a trainer that I meet with, and he gets paid for me showing up. So I should show up. So he has a job and he gets paid. So I'm like, I can't be late. I can't miss it. So I was like just in and out of sleep, never really full sleep for 2 hours. But yeah, there we are. But I feel good about the, even though I don't have that sleep, I feel the creative juices flowing, and I'm so excited about it. I wrote down, so I wrote just over 27,000. Yeah, I think it's just over 27,000 words in the draft, although I did delete a lot. So I think the draft it's actually sitting at, where's it at? I forgot to turn the word count thing on. I wish Google Docs would let you like permanently leave word count on instead of having to turn it on every single time you go in there. I've got 22,179 words. So I deleted like almost 6,000 words. No, 27, that'd be 5,000, 27, 25,000, 20, whatever. I'm not a math person. But I wrote 48,702 words last week because I did a lot of brainstorming. But I mean, this wouldn't be typical for my week, only because brainstorming is so much faster. Especially I do a lot of speech to text, so it's just verbal vomiting onto the page. But I got almost as much in my brainstorming as I did my writing. And then this weekend of writing is also not normal. I can do that, and I have done it in the past, but usually I get tired after that, and I'm not as productive for the next few weeks. So here's to productivity today, because I'm still excited about writing this book. Let's see, I am on chapter 11. According to my notes, it should be chapter 7. So you can see how much I've already changed and added to the story, but it's fine. It works. So, and actually chapter 11 has a whole bunch of stuff at the end that's going to be my next chapter. So it's supposed to be chapter 12. I've got, I don't know, and this looks like almost 2,000 more words. It's supposed to be chapter 12. I just haven't put it into its own chapter yet, which is what I'll be writing. So 7 chapters. I kind of figured out what I was going to do, and it turned into 12 chapters. And I have an idea of what I'm doing after this. I wrote down bullet points after chapter 7, but they're not really fleshed out. So we'll see what happens after I get this chapter 12 done. All right, let's say hello. Kendra is the first one in. Oh, okay, there it is. I thought it didn't have it. Good morning, all. It's crunch time. I need 2K words per day to make my revised goal of 100K in the RDC. Let's do this. And that by the end of the month, I think that's, you're going for the same thing, like getting that done by the end of the month, probably. And I was like, yeah, you got this. I know you do. And of course, I'm drafting A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. And you're so welcome. I love the community for how supportive we are. So good morning, Sarah. Working on beta reader revisions this morning. Nicoletta, hello. 4 p.m. here. Okay, so it is not morning for you. It's 8 o'clock in the morning for me. And are you working on anything specific? And hello and welcome to the channel, Beth. I feel like Nicoletta, I've seen you here before, right? If I haven't, welcome to the channel. If not, welcome back. And Beth, hello, welcome to the channel. Are you guys readers, writers, or are you trying to be productive on anything else? Because you can use these sprints for whatever you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, taking care of you. All of it's important. So whatever you want to work on. Dilara, hello. Here to write 1K words. That has been my goal every day this November. And have you met it every day? I feel like you have. Like the days that I know you've been here, you've met your goal. It drives me nuts that we can't leave word count on. Google says, yes, exactly. It's like, how many words? Oh, great. I got to go turn it on again. I wish there was just like a button you could like switch to say default, leave the words on there. But Sarah, yes, you can check a box that lets you show word count as you're typing. Yeah. I have to do that every time I open my document, though. I wish there was something I could check to say, show it to me in any document that I open up. So I don't have to go through, because I have that, my verbal vomit draft is what I call it, because I do dictation for my first drafts, and I used to call it like my zero draft, my dirty draft. That those are kind of names given to it, but I'm really all about alliteration. I love alliteration. As you can see, made it Mondays. All my days here were on alliteration. And we often talk about like we just vomit words on the page. I was like, well, verbal vomit, there we go. It's alliteration. It may not be the most appealing, but it's what I'm doing. So I'm doing my verbal vomit draft. So I have that. I have another draft open that includes the things I have deleted from my draft. So just in case if I want to use it somewhere else. So I have that document open, which is Google Docs. I have my plot outline integration enhancements write-up. This is kind of like just an overall, all the way through the book. It's just notes, but I really don't know what I'm doing, because this shows like 43 chapters, which I know it's not going to be 43 chapters. It's going to be a whole lot more. So I have that. And then I have my rough plot points, where I have like external goals and internal goals and needs and desires fit throughout the plot points, along with the romance plot points. And then I have my write-ups, where I just verbal vomited everything I thought was going to happen every chapter up to chapter 7, and then just the bullet points after that. And then I also have another one that is it's the write-up on my 2 main characters. And I have no idea how many words this is, but it's this is a really long document. Okay, it's 23 pages, single spaced. So I've got everything from like their traits, family, summary of emotional wounds, including the wound, the false beliefs, protective traits, how this might unfold in the story, her possible character arc. Well, I'm looking at Nira, but it's for Nira and Zane. I have both of them. They're both in secret order. So then I have their role in the order, including their mission, motivations, belief, what actual title they have in the order, and what training skills they needed for that, and possible thoughts for how that can influence the plot. And I have all that for both characters. And then I have in the actual story itself, what's broken in their 2 worlds and what's broken together in their worlds. Because I write about broken characters who face adversity to become better versions of themselves. There may or may not be a dragon, but there's always love to find. That's my tagline. So I had a bunch of stuff that I've written up for the last few weeks. And that's like 6 documents I have open. And then on the other, I do have another another document that is just all the orders, all the secret orders that exist in my world, and everything, their structure, their hierarchy, how they fit into the world there, if people know about them or don't know about them. And then I also have my document open, part of my series Bible of Fire Fae, and everything about their structure, because the story starts, Nira is a Fire Fae, and it starts off in her land, and the whole thing influences who she has become. So yeah, I have a lot of documents open in Google Docs, and every single time I have to say word count, just so I can see. But I really don't have to do my brainstorming documents anymore, since they are done, or pretty much done. Devin, morning, getting ready to go and buy paint. Not going to get admin or writing this week. I don't fault you. You have some painting to do, so you've got a lot going on. Leaving up for runtime. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was 4 minutes ago, so I might have missed you, but thank you so much for stopping in. It doesn't keep it up permanently. Yeah, I was here yesterday too. I was gonna say I thought I saw you yesterday, and I wanted to say that, but I don't have the best memory, and since I didn't really sleep, that doesn't help. So I would say I saw you yesterday, but yeah, welcome back. I'm new here too. I'm a screenwriter, and I'm working on my master's thesis. Ooh, I love screenwriters. Like that's like my new fun like videos I like to play in the background when I'm not writing, and when I'm doing brainstorming or any other admin stuff. I've been watching videos by screenwriters and how they approach the writing process and what they do. Loki, psst. You know what you're going to do. My cat. I got two boys. They're brothers, Loki and Thor, and Loki's a Loki. Probably should have known. I shouldn't have called him Looky. But he's up on my bathroom counter and he likes to knock stuff over. And he was getting ready to do it. Now he's acting all pretty. Like, no, I wasn't going to. I'm an angel. Yeah, he's looking at me. All right. Yeah, so it's been fun kind of, getting into and learning the process for screenwriters, because I think there's a lot that, story and novel writers can learn from screenwriters. There's a quite a few things there that I think would be useful. I love the one, and I didn't come up with this, and I don't remember the exact source. I'm not even sure if I can remember the person who said it. I know it's a male, and he's a screenwriter, and he has a book, and he's been on a lot of podcasts, and he says one thing with screenwriters is that you always enter a scene late and you leave early. And I really love that, and I try to think about that with my chapters. So it disappears if I leave my doc up. Yes, same thing. Yeah. Well, I don't leave mine up overnight anymore, but I have it set up that when I open Chrome, there's a setting, and I found it by accident, so I can't tell you how I found it. I probably could figure it out if I sat there and figured it out, but I found it by accident one day when I was looking for something else, where when I open Chrome, it automatically opens all the last pages I had open. So all my documents are there open for me, so I don't have to go searching for them again. And they always come up without the word count there. Every time it refreshes, you need to do that again. Yeah, right. And that's what annoys me. Me too. Joanne, hello. How's it going? Good morning, everyone. What are you guys working on today? A curse of spikes and smoke. I'm going to call it Akasas, which feels like, someone having sass, which Nira kind of has sass. So it kind of goes. She's not snarky. I wish I could write snarky characters, but I'm not as good as Devin. Devin's really good at writing snarky characters. But she's got a bit of sass in her. But that's the acronym for the book is Akasas. So maybe I'll go with that. That might be easier to remember, because now that I'm getting into this series, because the first is A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems. Now it's A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. I keep wanting to mix them all up. So, and I love my next one. It's A Curse of Claws of Ross. So that's going to be, I can't wait to write that one too. But this one, I've been looking forward to writing this book since I was writing the first one, because Nira and Zane are pretty interesting characters. Yeah. I kind of knew. I was like, okay, this is going to be interesting, because they are not like me at all. And I talked to my gym trainer a lot about my writing, because he started as my gym trainer a couple months before I published my debut. So I was talking to him about it, and he was just saying today, he says, one of these days, I can't wait to say, oh, I know her. I trained her before she actually wrote, and I know all the reasons why she was doing this and that with this character and that character. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'll ever be there. But I mean, it's sweet for him to say. But I usually talk to him about what I've been writing, because he asks. He's a good gym trainer. And I was like, I can't really tell you what they're saying, because I don't say those words out loud. I can write it on the page because it's their words, but I can't say the words out loud. But Control Shift C, it opens the window instantly for word count. Oh, hold on. If I do it on the page, then it's gonna give me that muscle memory. Maybe I'll remember it for next time. Okay, maybe it doesn't do it if you're already got the word count. Control Alt C. Am I pushing the wrong thing? It's not happening. Nope, not Alt. Shift. See? I was doing the wrong thing. Control C. There it is. Thank you. That worked. Hi, Joanne. Working on my cozy mystery novel. Are you working on Project Sugar and Spice, or are you at a day job, Joanne? Welcome to the stream from Joanne. Screenwriter sounds awesome. I'm a bakery romance author. All the best with it, and hope you get some progress today. All right, let's go ahead and get into our first sprint then, 45-minute sprints. Yeah, I did put up my first sprint for the next month on Monday, because I want to figure that out. So I'm going to continue with 45-minute sprints, but they are going to be strictly timed. So that is for those who have been on my channel before. I did Pomodoro sprints that were strictly timed. So we had 5 minutes on the clock to talk about our progress, update ourselves with everything, and then head right into the next 25-minute sprint. Doing the same thing, but it's going to be a 45-minute sprint instead, because I like the longer sprints, and I've had a lot of people say they like the longer sprints as well. So hi, Joanne. That sounds so cozy. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the first one. 45 minutes on the clock in 3, 2, 1, go back. And that is time. How did you do? It took me a few minutes to kind of get back into the draft. I was just kind of reading stuff over. So after that, then I worked on what I had there for the next chapter. What did I write? 584 words. So I added and revised. All right, got that written down. Let's see how you guys did. Left off with Tyler. I said thank you. You too. Kelly came in. Hi, all. Hello. Are you working on anything? Stephanie also came in. Hello. Good morning. Mostly lurking today while I get a million things done around the house. Happy writing, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping in, and hopefully you're able to get some of those million things done around the house. And Nicoletta, it is. I actually have my bakery, Friends to Lovers, work in progress, Culinary Confessions on Amazon. But it's not a work in progress. It's a completed novel. Friends to Lovers, Bakery Romance, Culinary Confessions is on Amazon. If you would like to purchase a copy, which I've read it, I enjoyed it. It's a really quick, easy read and a very sweet romance. Oh, and if you're interested in supporting Project Sugar and Spice and have the means to, I'm actually raising money to commission character artwork for the book. And here's the link. And you were like, what, 94% yesterday? You're getting so close. Cool Gamer, hello. How are you doing? I don't know if you're working on anything, but I hope you were able to reach your goals. Joanne says, I also use Ko-fi as both a newsletter and way to support my writing. Newsletters include food photography, pictures of desserts, plus meals I either make at home or eat at restaurants. And you've included some recipes too, right? Or is that just on Instagram? Behind the scenes looks at my writing process and the occasional mood board plus snippet from Project Sugar and Spice from early drafts. Gabriel, again, I was just lurking up the volume too much. Oh no, I'm sorry. I will join the next sprint after I finish vacuuming. Sorry for that. I've been there. I've like joined like a sprint or something, and they're on a sprint, and I leave to go do something, and I'm trying to get ready or whatever, and then all of a sudden I hear talking. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is that? Someone in my house? And I've jumped. I've been there. Hello, Beth. 287, and then got distracted. It happens. Kelly says, I got some breakfast. That's good. You got to take care of you. 502, the 1,000 words. Of course, I know you do that well. And Kendra, 510 words between messaging a friend and we're meeting up in WDW next month. What is WDW? Meeting up in WD. I feel like I'm supposed to know that, but I don't remember it. So yeah, you guys are making good progress on your way to your goals. Nicoletta says, that sounds so exciting, Joanne. Yeah, I can't wait to see the artwork that she gets commissioned. Oh, Walt Disney World. Yes, that makes sense. It's a good time to go too, right? And Walt Disney World, that's the one is that in Florida, right? Walt Disney, there's World, and what's the other one? Walt Disney, I don't remember. But that World, that's the one in Florida? I think it is. It's a good time to go because it's not too hot out. Although I don't know as far as like temperature, but I don't know as far as like people. I was trying to remember, like we went on a cruise in July and we went to the Caribbean, and I am pale as can be. I don't tan. I turn red and I go back to white. And so it got to a point, like we had excursions on the different islands and stuff. And after the third day, I was like, I'm going to have to take a break and stay in the room because I was putting on sunscreen. I had like this jar of fresh 100% aloe vera with me that was constantly lathering on along with the sunscreen. But by the third day, I was just pink all over and I was not going back to white. And I was like, I cannot continue to stay out in the sun because I am going to burn and it's going to hurt. So I stayed in the room for one day, which was okay because I got to read while hubby and kiddo went off to do other things. And I just got to just relax and read. But yeah, so we had gone to Disney World in January one year, and that was really good because the sun wasn't out. And so I had said, okay, if we do a cruise again, we're going to do it during the winter. But then I looked at cruise prices for like this winter because I take a month off at the end of the year. And that's like their busy season because that's when everybody's out, right? All the kids are out of school. So that's their busy season. I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'd want to go during your busy season. Yes, Florida, Disneyland. I couldn't remember what it was. I was like, Disney what? Disney what? I couldn't recall it. I did not get much sleep. Even if I do have sleep, I still don't remember things very well. It just seems like the older I get, the more I forget. And Disney is in California. Yeah. I've never been, no. What did I go to? I went to something in Disneyland. Was it Studios or something? But it was just brief. I was in the military. I was stationed in Washington State. And my good friend, he was from California, around Disneyland. And so we had gone down there, but there wasn't much I could do because I was actually pregnant with my first kiddo. So there wasn't much I could do. I just walked and looked at things, but I don't really remember it. So then met up with some friends and stuff and hung out, but I don't really remember it. I remember Disney World. We lived in Miami when I was growing up, so we used to go to Disney World like every other year. I have no word count for this session. I was analyzing the structure of a film by Terry Gilliam as part of my thesis. I mean, some people say that's all writing. It's all writing. You may not have a word count, but it's part of the writing process, right? You have to analyze story structure, and in your case, film and screenwriting. Do you also look at any plays? I know that's much different than screenwriting. I've never written anything for the screen. I wrote plays when I was younger. One of them that they wanted to put on at the school, but I didn't write the ending, so they chose something else. I don't remember. I think I got distracted with working because I was trying to go travel after I graduated high school, which I did. I traveled France for a couple weeks, and so I was working 2 jobs to save money up, so I didn't finish the play. But yeah. I suffer in the sun too. I have lupus and have to wear PF 50 plus clothing. Winter is better than summer, definitely. Yeah, it's rough, definitely. And I'm the only one that's really like that in my family, my immediate family, because my husband's black and my kiddos are mixed. Although my youngest looks pretty white, but he tans. So I still slathered him with sunscreen and still put aloe vera on him at the end of the day, even though he wasn't pinkening or anything. But I just wanted to protect his skin. But sorry, I'm yawning. I didn't get no sleep. I'm running on 2 cups of coffee and a workout session because I always get a lot of adrenaline from working out. Is it adrenaline? No. What is that? Dopamine? What is that thing you get from working out? Whatever it is, you get increase and it makes you stay hyper for a while. California Adventure has Hollywood Studios. That must have been where I went. And I grew up in Washington. Wait, what part of Washington? I was stationed in Tacoma. I was at Fort Lewis, but I think it's now Fort Lewis McChord is a joint base now, I think. They did the same thing in Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii. While we were there, they joined with Pearl Harbor. So it was Pearl Hickam Complex or something like that while we were there. But yeah, the joining of the 2 bases happened many years after I left, because I was stationed there from 2000 to 2005 with 1 year out in the desert. And I loved it. I thought it was so beautiful. And I remember when my husband and I were first talking about where we would retire, I was like, I feel Washington is so beautiful. I would love the west side of Washington, because the east side and mostly central Washington is like desert. But the west side is so beautiful. And I hiked Mount Rainier. I was pretty active when I was pregnant with my first, because I was even hiking Mount Rainier when I was like 7 months pregnant with him. And I remember once my foot slipped in the snow a little bit, and I was like, Shanon, I don't think you're being too smart. I think you should just stop hiking until you give birth, and then you can go back to hiking again. And so I didn't hike again after that for a while, but I was actually born there. What's a crazy story, okay? My mother, her father was in the military, stationed in Fort Lewis, and she was born in Madigan Army Medical Center. She married my dad, who was in the Army. And I was actually baked in Hawaii because he was stationed in Hawaii, and he got orders to Fort Lewis, Washington at the end of her pregnancy. So I was born in Madigan Army Medical Center. And then 20 plus years later, I was stationed in Washington, and I had my first son, and he was born in Madigan Army Medical Center. None of us are from Washington, but we were all born in the same hospital. Now, my mom was born in the older part of the hospital, But yeah, just surprising. And then there's still like it's like a cyclical like thing. Now my youngest son was actually baked in Hawaii too, but then he was born in Louisville, Kentucky. So I think it's just kind of funny how that stuff kind of like comes back around. It could be a story. But yeah. Yes, I have also written some plays, but of course, it's quite different from how a screenplay works. Yeah, I imagined. Like I said, I've never written a screenplay, but I imagine it's much better. I've read some screenplays though. What was it? We studied one when I was in my master's for writing. I don't remember what it was now. Too many years ago. I graduated in 2013. So it's over 10 years ago, and I can't remember what I did last week. But yeah, we studied one. But like I said, I've been listening to YouTubers who are screenwriters and just how they approach it. And I think it's fascinating. And I think we can learn so much as novel writers, as far as like grabbing attention and keeping attention of the reader. And I write in a genre of fantasy romance, but I like to be heavy on the fantasy as well. That the fantasy readers, they want all this information about the world, but I'm trying to find that good balance, and I don't think you can't satisfy everyone. I think I achieved it in my first book. A lot of my readers, they really liked it, my beta and alpha readers. They thought it was a very good balance. And, but I still get a couple reviews like, I wish I knew more about this or whatever. So I was like, yeah, if I did that though, it might be boring. Okay, I got to the end of the comments. I was waiting to see if anybody else had anything they wanted to say. For anybody who's leaving out, thank you so much for being here. It was great hanging out with you. And for everyone else, we'll be back in 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Man, that's time. How did you do? I did not make as much progress this time, but I am like in the middle of a fight scene. And this is the meet cute. So it's a good fight scene. I already have like a ton of dialogue I've written, but I'm like, does this all fit? I don't know if this is all going to fit. What do I want to keep? So, and then trying to do the movements between the two because they're both part of a secret order. She's been specifically trained as an assassin, but they've both received training in different types of fighting styles. So, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a scene. 504 words, but I'm having fun with it. All right, let's see how you guys did. That's all here. Yes, I've also written someplace with Nicoletta saying this, but of course, it's quite different from how a screenplay works. Adrian came in. Hello, what's up, everyone? Getting a rare opportunity to sit down at the computer. So I'm working on chapters. Happy creativity. Woohoo. It's so great to see you. We were talking about you. I think it was in my chat. Pretty sure it was in my chat this weekend because we were talking about book trailers. I don't remember who was asking about the book trailer now. And I had mentioned you, and then I hadn't got down to the comment yet, but then Devin had also mentioned you. And so we threw your name around a little. So who was asking? I don't remember who was asking about the book trailers now. But yeah. Dilara got 752 of 1,000 words. That's progress, and you're almost there. Another sprint, and you'll probably get your 1,000 words in. And that's all I've got for comments here. I don't know if the YouTube sometimes lags. I like to give people a chance to say what they've done. It's funny. I've got this pulled up on the TV because my kiddo's in here with me, and it just now popped up the comment that Dilara's comment about 752 of 1,000 words. Oh, good grief. A million messages and phone calls are killing me. 255 words is better than no words. Yes, it is. And yes, I understand about the phone calls and messages. I have gotten to the point now where I've kind of put my phone on airplane mode so I don't get anything. Not the best thing to do, especially if you have kiddos who are out elsewhere, but he's home with me this week because it's Thanksgiving week here. But I do that because if I do get the phone calls and the messages, it throws off my entire like thinking process, my focus, because I lose my focus easy. And so I try not to answer anything or go on social media or anything like that while I'm sprinting so I can keep my focus on my work. But hopefully this next one will be good for you. So, alrighty, let's go ahead and jump into the next sprint. Anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for stopping in and hanging out with us. It's always great to work with everybody. And for everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Now it's time. How did you do? I got a little bit further that time, 623 words. And I think I'm coming toward the end of the fight scene. There's like one more big like movement that has to be done. But then it'll be over. So, yep, I'm enjoying it. Okay, let's catch up with you guys and see. Left off here with Kendra saying, good grief, a million messages and phone calls are killing me. 255 words is better than no words, though. And that was from the last sprints. Gabriel says, oops, I missed it. I got the hiccups. And it is almost 11 o'clock, which means I'm hungry, but I told my kiddo one more hour. I should probably do lunch, though, on this next one. It's okay, Gabriel. Were you productive? Did you get anything done that you wanted to get done? Kendra says, I wouldn't answer, but one of my older daughters is buying her first house and has so many questions about what she's signing. Yeah, when it comes to kiddos, you have to answer. I totally understand that. That's about the only time I really answer, when I know it's about my kiddo or the one that's older. Excuse me. But she buying her first house. That's exciting. I'm like thrilled, but I'm also a bit like on edge with that. Hopefully she's in a good area where she's getting a good deal, because I know like the housing market is like not a buyer's market right now. It's definitely a seller's market. And my son has wanted to buy his own house for a while. And I told him, unless you absolutely feel like you need to, hold off, which he's in the military. And the next couple of years, he kind of has an idea of what he's doing. So he probably doesn't need to buy a house right now anyways. And I was like, it will change. I'm wholly certain that it is going to change at some point. I don't know what that change will look like, but I don't think that we're going to be able to sustain these interest rates and these levels. So that's my thought. I could be wrong, though. Anyway, I'm changing a lot of the scene to better fit the character's personality and background. So it's going slow. Yeah, mine's been going slow, too. I mean, it's still a pretty good word count for what I can do. But it's going slower than what I have been doing like on the weekend, possibly because I got no sleep last night. But also because this scene is like, it's the meet cute. So, the meet cute is one of the most important scenes, one of the most important beats when it comes to a romance. And they just so happen to be part of Secret Orders with fighting skills. So it's, and their fighting skills are not my forte. I could do better with a gun, but they don't have guns because this is epic fantasy setting. So not what I'm really. So I've done a lot of research before writing this scene and writing anything where they're doing any fighting. So I'm just trying to incorporate my research the right way. Hope I'm doing it justice. Joanne says hello to everyone. How's your writing coming along? It's going well. Kelly says, have a great day, everyone. Got to get going and do stuff. Well, thank you so much for popping in. That's like a half hour ago, so I miss Kelly leaving out, but it was great to see you here. Darlara hit her goal, 1,021 words. Awesome. Does that mean you're done for the day then? And hello, Andy. Hello, waving. Devin says, back with lunch, paint and supplies. Gonna eat, then set everything up. Sounds like a good plan. Kendra says, I got 602 words. Awesome. Okay, where's that put you? You got 255 last time, so that's what, like almost 900, and you had 500 the time before, and 500 the time before. It was like 500 and something, right? You had 500 the two times before that, or was it just one time? I'm losing track. 200, 500. No. So it would have been just once, 500 maybe. 500, 200, and 602. So that puts you at around 1,400 words, maybe somewhere around there. Out of you want to do 2,000, right? I think. Kendra says hi to Joanne. Going well. Going back to the beginning. Yeah, 2K. That's what you're going for. Okay. Kendra's going for 2K. I was like, did I remember that right? Please tell me I remembered that right. I did. So nice. Getting there. Another sprint or so. You probably will have it. After DraNoWriMo ends, will you still be doing these streams? I'm not familiar with the channel schedule yet. I really like your streams. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing them every day like I am now, but I will be doing them Monday through Thursday. And it starts at the time I started today, which is 8 a.m. Central, my time. So it's 9 a.m. Eastern. And it's going to be a bit more structured. I really like the structured ones because I can really talk for a long time and go off on tangents because focus issues. So I had been doing Pomodoro sprints before, which is typically 25 minutes with 5-minute intervals. And so I set up the videos where they were timed. So it was 25 minutes sprinting and 5-minute break, back to 25 minutes sprinting. I do really, really well with that, the structure, because it forces me to stay on task and focus. I wanted to be a little more relaxed for this month because I knew that I was heading into longer sprint times and I wasn't sure how that was going to work. But I really enjoyed the longer sprints. So I'm going to be doing 45-minute sprints in the Pomodoro format. So I'll be 45 minutes and then a strictly timed 5-minute break and then right back into another 45 minutes, and I'm doing 4 of them. So it's roughly, I figured it up. Yeah, here it is. 3 hours and 15 minutes long is how long the stream will be. If I add it right, because I did that all on paper and I didn't use a calculator. And there's a reason why I'm a writer and not a mathematician, but I think that's pretty close to what it's going to look like. So that's great. Yay. Yeah, I think it's going to work well for me too. But with that said, I do have to put the caveat out there. I'm only going to be going the first 2 weeks in December, because I take a month-long break from mid-December to mid-January. I've done it for the last couple of years. It's done wonders for just coming back refreshed and starting the new year. And so I will be doing it for 2 weeks, and then I'll be back the 3rd week in January with the same setup. So as long as it goes well, but I think it's going to. So all right, let's go ahead and get into another sprint. If anyone has to leave out before we come back, thanks so much for stopping in. It was great hanging out with all you guys, writing alongside you, and being part of the community. For everyone else, 45 minutes on the clock in 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I've got to add up my words. It's still kind of, I got a little bit further along in this section that I was getting to, that it was, I know it's like the fun section of the fight before the meet cute's done. And it's just took a little bit longer because I went to go look up, like, okay, what would this kick actually look like if she is shorter, slightly shorter than him, but leaner? And, so I was like looking it up. So I didn't go down the research rabbit hole. I found exactly what I needed and then wrote it as it needed to be. So I did good. But there was a lot there. I was like, ooh, I want to read that. Okay. 601. Still haven't got to like the very good part of this scene, but almost there. Maybe another sprint I'll have it done, but the next sprint, I didn't do it this sprint, and this next sprint I need to go get lunch for the kiddo and myself. All right, let's catch up with you guys, see how you did. Left off with saying, Nicoletta said that's great for the schedule for next month for streaming. Jocelyn, hello, good morning. How are you doing? Are you working on anything? Nicoletta, are you on IG or Blue Sky? Would love to follow you on there, Joanne says. Joanne, I have an IG account, but it's rather inactive. Not a great fan of social media in general. Thank you, nevertheless. I'm with you. I am not a fan of any social media. It is not a vice I have to try to get over, because I'd rather not be on it if I don't have to be. And I technically should be on it more to advertise myself and my books. But I find that I'm usually only on it when I'm like promoting like the podcast or something like that, or the conference. So, Rachel, hello, good morning. My vacation changed into a staycation, so I thought I would jump onto the live. Well, welcome. It's nice. I'm getting ready to have a staycation. Well, it'll start middle of December and go through middle of January, like I've done for the last 2 years. Hoping I can come back refreshed and feeling like I've got more energy. Although I'm making pretty good progress on this third book, so in the series. Precious, hello. Hi, everyone. I'm planning a romance. Is this different from what you were doing before? This was the, okay, I may have it wrong. You can definitely correct me. You had a middle grade that turned into a romance? Is that a twist? Or is that somebody else? Could have been somebody else. Gabriel says, sorry, I'm losing steam, so I'm going to take a break. Just finished editing half the chapters. That's progress. Bye, Gabriel. Thank you so much for stopping in and working with us. Joanne says, no worries. You can follow my Ko-fi newsletter if you want. No pressure, though, as I'd love to stay in touch with you. There are quite a few author tubers. And author tubers, you're an author tuber. You don't have to be publishing content on YouTube. Author tubers are anybody who publish content on YouTube about writing and or publishing, but also those who are in the community and interact with the community and live streams and comments and whatnot. So you're an author tuber. And a lot of author tubers do keep in contact on Discord. I mean, on IG, but I feel a lot of them are going to Discord. I was thinking Discord at the end of the sentence, and I jumped to that because my brain thinks much faster than I can talk or type. So, yeah. So IG was like the biggest one for the last few years that author tubers were keeping in contact. So I have a few author tubers that I do message with on Instagram, which if it isn't me going on there to do podcasts or conference stuff, then it's me checking messages. So, which I only go if I get the notification. Otherwise, I don't go on there. And I'd rather not be there. But when I'm there, I try to like some of the posts and stuff on there. And I limit myself to 5 minutes at a time. And I have to struggle to make it to that 5 minutes, to be honest. But I've noticed a lot of people have been going over to Discord lately. So thank you. Let me know what you think when you do. 93 words on the outline. Nice. I ate lunch and got 381 words. I was supposed to eat lunch, but I didn't do that. So that'll be this next one. 381 words. So I'm almost there. Yay. Right. I didn't know if I was right with my guess with that you were roughly around 1,400 words after the last round. If I was right, this puts you at like 1,700, 1,800. So you just need a couple hundred more words to hit your goal, perhaps. Nicoletta says, wrote 380 words of film analysis. I've got the hiccups so bad. For those who don't know, I get the hiccups when I'm hungry, and I've got the hiccups so bad right now. So wrote 380 words of film analysis. Not good enough, I guess. No? I mean, analysis is not easy to write. It's a lot of thought process in there. Also, a quick update. Just had a look at the full sketch for the artist sent me the commissioned artwork. Woohoo! It looks so good so far. Just sent her some suggestions earlier this afternoon. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be so awesome. Nope, it's the same romance, fantasy, sci-fi comic book for Webtoon. Okay, it's that one. Okay. It wasn't ever middle grade? Who am I thinking was middle grade then? Somebody was middle grade, and they got a romance plot. Oh, wait. Wasn't it? I'm trying to remember who it was. Something with Selkies. I don't remember who that was now. Like it's on the tip of my brain. Like I can almost see the name. Yeah. I wanted to ask Shanon, is there a secret? There isn't, Alice. To be honest, I mean, with everything that I do, with the the AuthorTube Writing Conference and my podcast, and trying to increase my my productivity to hit some of my goals this year, because I've never hit my writing goals until this year. This was the first year I hit my writing goals. I knew that after 2022 that I really couldn't do it again because it's just a lot of work. And I think I had said that in my Secret Santa video for 2022. And then Hananya had said, well, hey, what if I work with you? Then would you be interested in doing it? She said, I can cover down a lot of the admin stuff. I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. And so we did that. But Hananya has been taking a bit of a break from YouTube, and I didn't want to bother her to ask her if she wanted to do the Secret Santa again. So I just let it go. And I am like out of energy right now. I'm ready for my break next month. So if I was to do it again, I would have to have like a partner or somebody who would be willing to like step up and help out with some of it, because it's just a lot for me. At this point, I think it's a bit too late because it's not enough time for people to really get gifts to each other, unless we did it as an all electronic stuff, which we could do. But I don't have enough time. I have 3 weeks before I'm going on vacation. So yeah. Before that, I had to cook brunch and had a work meeting. Okay, so yeah, you've been busy this morning. Nicolette, of course, that's good enough. You've done what you can. Take a break and then come back to it. Yeah. Thank you. I'm working on a very tight deadline. My stress levels are too high. Oh, no. Don't get yourself stressed. Okay, so is your deadline, is it self-imposed, or is it like something that you have to like get done? Wait. Yeah, you're doing the film analysis, so it's probably something you have to get done. I found college stressful. This is for college, right? And then I taught college English and literature for many years. And I remember my students, like, they would talk, about once every semester, I have a class that would do this. They talk about, there's too much work. You give us homework, and that class gives us homework, and this class gives us homework, and this class gives us homework. And I was like, you know what? I totally understand. And I was a single parent for most of my college years because I was in the military, and then I got out, went to college full time. But I had only a couple of classes left for my associates because I took college classes while I was in. So I was a non-traditional student, and my husband was deployed. And so I had a kiddo at home, my oldest, that's now at the house now. But I would go to bed like 3 o'clock in the morning, get back up in 5, 6 o'clock, get my kiddo up, get him on the bus, and then go to school because that was an ordeal. I went to my bachelor's I got from the College of William and Mary. It's a very old campus and not a lot of parking. And it was like $300 and some per semester for a parking pass. And we were broke. So I couldn't afford to pay $300. And that did not even guarantee you a parking spot because you could run out of a parking spot. So I parked 2 miles away at a free car park, and I would bicycle in, and it was already a 45-minute drive just to get to the car park. So very, very long days. And then I had to get back in time to get the kiddo from daycare before it closed, usually around 6 o'clock, and get home, make dinner, and start it all over again. Do homework with him, and then do my homework until 3 o'clock in the morning. So I told my students, I was like, I know it's really, really rough, but it's for a short amount of time. And when it's done and you have your degree, no one can take that away from you. So I said, if you can hold out for that, hold on to that. But yeah. Keiko, hello. How are you doing? oh no, what's the deadline? Just break it down to small tasks and you'll be done in no time. But that's how I feel about my book, but you'll get there soon. You've got this. Yeah. I wish I could offer some better. I think that I used to think I'm more of a pessimist than an optimist, but I think I'm just more of a realist. Like, okay, I mean, you could say break it down small tasks, but if that doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you, right? But if it works for you, then it works for you. I don't know what works for me. What works for me? If I have a deadline, my brain is chaotic. I couldn't possibly tell you how it works. Like I always have deadlines happening, but I just do the one that's due right now. Yeah. And I tell people that I work with, like for the conference, I've told everyone that I work with, I was like, y'all, because I had a partner the first year of the conference who couldn't stay on for future years, and I've had Margaret since then as my partner, and Devin joined us last year or this past year, and then I'm also working with a couple of different teams and coordinators as well. And I tell them all the same thing. I was like, my first partner said something to me that made me realize how I kind of work, but I don't understand why I work the way I work. But she would get mad and she was like, why are you always telling me things last minute? And I had to like really sit there and think about it. And it's like, because I always have something that's due. So if it's not due right now, it goes to the back of the pile in my head. And then when it's coming due, that's when I think of it again. So I know about it. I know it's there, but it's not what's due right now. So I tell her, I said, I'm really sorry if I do that to you. If I say, hey, we need this, and it feels like last minute, I was like, feel free to push back, because, you know, we all work on a volunteer basis for the conference. So everybody's health and welfare and their family comes first. You know, so if I'm too much, I tell them, you just tell me, you know, and then I apologize ahead of time. Oh my God, you're sprinting long streaming. Yeah. I mean, this is Monday. Monday, I usually went longer, right? Mondays was my my longer days. I would go until about 2 p.m. my time, which is Central, 3 p.m. Eastern, and whatever that translates to in other time zones. How are you, Keiko? From Joanne. I should really take my own advice. Yeah, I mean, I think we're really great at giving advice. It's just taking it ourselves, right? Joanne just played Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm now in Underdark. Officially started Act 2. Woohoo! I'm glad you got through Act 1. And I'm hungry. So making dinner. I'm hungry too. And I got the kiddo at home and he's hungry. So I need to go make some lunch. Let me get through these. Hope Act 2 goes well. What's for dinner? Just bread and sausage and cheese. That sounds yummy. Joanne says, I think the only aspect I missed in college was the social aspect and being kind of a teacher's pet. Yeah. I mean, I'm not good socially. I am extremely introverted. But I was really good at paying attention. So whenever I heard that there was a student in the class who was a mom, I would always go and introduce myself. Because if she's a mom, it's likely she might be an older student, not necessarily, but most cases, I think almost all the ones I went and go talk to, they were older students like me, because I was there with a bunch of 18-year-olds at the College of William & Mary. So it's a pretty prestigious college that people get into, like when they can get into it at the freshman level if they can. Of course, I was military, so I wasn't there. I was even in Virginia for my lower level classes. So I just pay attention to moms, and then I just go sit next to them, and I say, "Oh, on the first day, you said you're a mom. Do you have a boy, a girl?" And that's how it started up. And so I met a few friends that way. But that's about all I could do. I couldn't really talk to anybody else, and I would type my notes, and I'd be like the only one typing my notes in class. So I always felt like the odd man out. I even had a teacher call me out once. She's like, "What are you typing? Are you actually typing what I'm saying?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, well, what do you have there? So I just started reading it off. It was everything she had just said. So I was like, okay. Not in the mood to cook. I mean, sausage, bread, and cheese sounds good to me. Oh, dang. I wish I had asked earlier, and I should have done the admin stuff for you, Shannon, but you're right. It's a little too late for it. So maybe next year I can help you out with it. That would be awesome, Alice. You're so great. I love that. And I think that when Hananya and I started, I think we had like a meeting to talk about it, like in September. And then we got together in October, and then we had the dates in November. I don't remember. I do still have those because we have a Gmail account with the drive and the forms. And I was thinking last year, I was like, we probably should have started maybe a couple weeks earlier than what we did start. And I think that was because I take a month-long vacation starting mid-December, and we still had the form open. Or something. I can't remember what it was. Something was going on. And so I was gone. And then she left the first week in January. No, she left most of January. And I didn't come back until middle of January. And there was a little bit of overlap there where nobody was answering emails. So we'll have to try and figure out schedules for sure. But yeah, I'd love that. Well, I'm in an area with explosive fungi and probably a bunch of giant spiders, and I'm arachnophobic. Yeah, I don't like spiders either. But what kind of sausage though? Does it have seasoning? Is it smoked? What flavor is it? This would be the cook in the group who's asking all these things. I just like sausage. Absolutely not saying that word. Runs away. My characters, they say quite a few words I don't say out loud. So, and that's just these two characters, Zane and Nira. Nira mostly, more than Zane. But like I remember Nira in the first book. I can say this one, but the tone is much different than what Ari is my first female main character in the first book, and Nira makes an appearance at the end of her story. And Ari doesn't talk at all. She talks more like me. And so Nira had said to somebody, "You tricky whore." And a few of my readers were like, "This feels so out of place in your story." And I was like, it's her voice. I can't stop it. It's what she says. So she kind of talks like that, but more other stuff that I don't say out loud. But yeah, but it's fun to write it, even though I won't ever say it. Wait, I do my own audiobooks, so that's going to be interesting. It's going to be a while before I get to this one, though. Thank you, Joanne and me. You're welcome. It's just salami slices. I love salami, especially if it's paired with pepperoni. So pig. Oh, that's so sweet. I'm not sure what I said, but Joanne, I visited your website. It looks so nice. I'm not familiar with the platform, so I'll need to figure my way around it. Yeah, Ko-fi is sort of like a Patreon. I think Patreon is more robust, but like we have a Ko-fi for the AuthorTube Writing Conference because it's all staffed by volunteers, and I pay out of pocket for everything, the website and everything. So we have a tip jar, whatever you call that there. I don't remember it most of the time, but Margaret's really good at reminding people about it if people want to, give to the fund to help with the expenses. But that's what I see Ko-fi being used for mostly, is like the tip jar or whatever that's called, and blogging, like doing some blog posts. Joanne to Keiko, LOL. See, I don't eat pork, bacon in particularly, a lot, mostly shrimp, and even that makes me nauseous. But what about the piggy's family? Yeah, I have gone down that hole a few times. Like when I start thinking about the animals and families and the way they have, the structure of a family and love and warmth. And then when I go down that path, I can't eat meat for a while. And then I remembered that I really do like bacon. So then I get back at that. I try not to think about the family. So salami sounds good, like a good meat for a sandwich, though. I mostly eat turkey breast for a sandwich. I mean, turkey, salami, and pepperoni. There we go. Fellow vegetarian over there. I don't eat turkey. Tastes weird. Yeah, I can't eat turkey alone. Yeah, I'm kind of same. I don't know if it's just doesn't have a good taste to me. Maybe that is a taste weird. Maybe that's a good adjective to use. It doesn't really have a good taste. We always, my husband, he does the cooking for the holidays because he's got family recipes, and I came from a family that had no idea how to cook, but we could read directions really well. So he has lots of family recipes that we have, and he always makes a ham because I don't like the turkey, and my oldest didn't like turkey, so we always had ham. And the youngest, he doesn't like meat. So, I mean, he does like meat, but he eats like sausage and bacon and chicken nuggets, but only from McDonald's, and the banquet ones from the store. He's very, very picky. Because you talked about the piggy's family, that is. Yeah. Oh, well, what about the shrimp's families? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, some people say that like sea creatures, most sea creatures, so not like the mammals, not octopus or octopi, but they're not sure if they have like. I'm trying to think of what the word they use, and I don't remember. Like they don't have that like connection that like warm-blooded animals tend to have. But we had a fish. when we got to Hawaii, my son, he was my oldest. He's 23 right now. And he was 11 when we got to Hawaii, and he really wanted a fish. So we got a fish. It was just a goldfish, and he had his own tank. It was a big tank. And so he got to a pretty good size. And he called him George. George was his name. And George liked to hang out upside down. So the first couple times he did this, we thought he died. And you just go there and like, oh, no, 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 no. And I think the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, no, 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 my son's going to be so sad. And I went over there and I was looking at him and I saw his eyeball move and he flipped over right and then he started swimming. And then after that, we just knew he just likes to hang out upside down in the tank. I don't know why. It was really strange. Even when people visit, they're like, I think your fish died. I'm like, no, he just likes to hang upside down. But when we left Hawaii, we couldn't take him with us. There's no way to really transport a fish overseas like that. So we had to give the fish away, and it wasn't even a week later, and he committed. I'm trying not to say committed S. Like he jumped out of his tank with the person that we gave. It was a work friend, and she said that he jumped right out. And so I'm like, I think he was missing us. I think he was looking for us. So he was like Nemo, but the wrong way. So. Oh wait, I don't think I read this. I'm not sure if I can be fully vegetarian because I need meat for iron, but even then I don't eat that much meat. Shrugs. Yeah, I've never been a big meat eater either. Good point. I'm trying to give up shrimp and meat, but it's hard. I like salami and shrimp. Thank you. But Ko-fi is the website where the creators can create stuff for what area they're in. Since mine's bakery books, mine's more food photography. Yeah. Ko-fi can be for any business entrepreneur, solar entrepreneur. It's really great for, getting visibility on there. Yeah, I try not to think about the way meat's made either. It makes me sad. Yeah, same. It's hard for me even to touch the meat, like when I have to cook. There are days. My husband and I, we split 4 days a week that we cook, and the other 3 days is fend for yourself because my youngest doesn't eat hardly any of the stuff, any foods. He's very, very limited diet. So we've gone to just making small meals and we split it up. But there are days that I'm just like, Kev, I was like, I can't do this. Can you come get the meat and do it for me? Because I can't touch it. It just, it's like turns my stomach just thinking about where it came from and what had to happen to that animal. And yeah, but I feel like I mostly eat veggies than meat anyway. Oh, you told that once. Such a funny goldfish. I don't remember telling that story. Yeah, funny goldfish. George, the goldfish RV. Yep. Yeah, he jumped out. Nemo, but the wrong way. I know. I'm sorry, but this is hilarious. I mean, I felt so bad. And we didn't tell him, my oldest son at that time, right? He would ask, hey, have you talked to so and so? How's George doing? And we said, oh, yeah, I just talked to her last week. She said, he's doing good. And he was not doing good because he'd been, the wrong way for a while. So I heard of a goldfish doing that when they transfer owners. Oh, really? See, that makes you think that there is some type of connection there then. I remember the time I had a goldfish, my younger self decided the goldfish bowl needed to be cleaned, and I didn't know how to clean it. All I knew is that soap cleaned things, and guess what ended up happening? Oh, no. Yes, I think I can guess. The goldfish lived a short life that way. RIP my goldfish. We had a funeral for her in the backyard. I'm so sorry that happened, Joanne. Hopefully that didn't traumatize you too much. That's what we didn't want to traumatize our kiddo. We did tell him when he was an adult, and he was like, oh, okay. He could have cared less at this point. But back then, he was really concerned about his goldfish. But I think he probably figured out, goldfish probably were not going to, his goldfish, George, was still not going to be around at this point, a decade plus in the future. How do you know with goldfish if they're male or female? I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know if we knew if that was male. I don't remember how we got the goldfish. I mean, I assume we got him from a store, but I don't know if I was there or if my husband took him or if we were all there. I have no idea. And how we would know he was male. I don't remember, honestly. They look the same. They look the same to me too. All right. Thank you. Wish goldfish live longer lives. Yeah. We haven't got any more fish since then. I think that was a bit too traumatic even for us. So, okay, let's go ahead. Do another sprint. I got to get my kiddo some lunch. I know he's looking at me because I told him 12 and it's 12:02. So And he told me at 11:30, Mom, half hour, it's going to be lunchtime. I was like, yes, I know. So I got to get him some lunch. For anybody who is leaving out before we get back, thank you so much for being here. It's always great catching up with everyone and working alongside everyone on our goals, our productivity. And for everyone else, I'll see you on the other side in 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that was time. How did you do? I got kiddo some lunch, got me some lunch, haven't finished eating it all yet. Gave the cat some treats, pet the cats, then got back with like 25 minutes left to write. And what did I write? I just looked at it. 254. Almost done with this chapter. I guess it's going to take the whole stream for me to do this one chapter, but it's an important chapter. And I was actually reading it back over there for the last couple minutes because I was like, okay, did I actually have her say this line already? Because I've like all this dialogue I've written between them that I imagined during this scene at different parts of the scene. And I have it in a document. And then so I'm pulling out of that document the dialogue that fits with how the scene's flowing. But I'm on this one line. I'm like, I feel like I used this line already. Did I use this line already? I was like, I should have done some type of method. So I knew which lines I was using, which dialogue I used already. So I still haven't come across it yet, but I have like another page to read. And hopefully I can get to the end. All right, let's see how you guys did. Left off with Joanne saying, thank you, wish goldfish lived longer lives. Yes. Now at least she buried the fish in the backyard and didn't flush it down the toilet. I think we got 2 or 3 goldfish too, but the first one is the one I remember the most. Yeah, I think if we had gotten any more goldfish, that would have, the first one, George, would have stayed in his mind for sure. Mostly because of the way my mom panicked when she realized what I did by accident. Oh no. Yeah, that would be a traumatic memory for sure. Fortunately, I know better now. Yes. And if you ever have kiddos, you can teach them ahead of time so they won't do that either. Yeah, and I knew I went to visit the goldfish whenever I could, pay my respects to it. Anyway, sad story time over. Let's move on. Alice says, Shannon, I tried to find you on Discord. I'm not sure if you go by another name on there. Oh, well, I mean, I changed it to Shannon, but I don't know what it was before that. Let me see how you do this. Originally known as Shanon #4335. I don't know if you're still here. Shanon. But then it also has my author name, SC Huston. So, but I think if you search it, Shanon #4335, you probably will find it. Okay, where am I? Wrong tab. Okay. Yeah, hello. Hey, everyone. How's your day going? It's going well. I read a lot this weekend. I was pretty happy with what I got done. Not getting very far today, but I think it's because I'm really, really tired because I didn't sleep last night. So by the time I made myself stop, it was like 2:30. And then a little after 3 by the time I got in bed because, face, teeth, all the stuff you got to do to get ready for bed. And then I laid there thinking I was not going to get up on time because I had to get up at 5 to go to the gym. And I already missed my appointment on Friday, so I couldn't miss it on Monday. So I was like in and out of sleep for 2 hours, not really sleeping. Yeah. I kept doing one of those, like, when you're like almost asleep and you jerk awake. Like, wait, what was that? Was that a noise? Why did I wake up? Nicoletta got 650 words. Nice. I am. Okay, I haven't done the math, but I'm around 2,400 for the day. So I've made my goal. Whoop, whoop. Good job. Awesome, Kendra. I really need to find something that's like celebratory that I can like hit or whatever that I can do. I'm going to find something. I'm going to do it. That might be a New Year's resolution goal though, because I only have a couple weeks left before going on vacation. But yeah, I'm going to find something so we can celebrate our successes with some fanfare. JL, doing pretty good. Just working on my reverse outline for Project Sugar and Spice Cupcake. So sweet. What's a reverse outline? Oh, so it's like it's an outline that you do after you've already written the story. It's a really good tool for people who are discovery writers / intuitive writers / pantsers, plantsers, that kind of stuff. So I always do a reverse outline because I am like, I mean, I plan some things, but things change. So I still got the hiccups because I haven't eaten enough food yet. Okay, hiccup time. So yeah, I have I have 7 chapters I kind of planned, and those 7 chapters have turned into 12. So I would do the reverse outline after. Well, if you write long books, it's probably good to do it before and not after. I'm grateful that I always started my reverse outlines. I usually do them with my drafts. So, okay. So I have this thing where I write a draft. I write it. If I've gotten to a point where I've changed enough in the storyline that I can't just like easily go back in time and change what has happened already to make it match what's really needing to happen, then I'll stop the draft and I'll start over again. And when I do that, I do my reverse outline. And I do my reverse outline based off of what I have to look at what should I keep? What needs to change? And then I will kind of, like I've done with this draft here, go through and add some things I think might happen. So I do that with every draft. And even when I get to like the final draft, I will do the reverse outline before I write the ending chapters. I never write the end of my story. I always know what the end of my stories are, but I never write them until I know it is the final draft and I've done my reverse outline to ensure, like, okay, this is good. This is the story that I need, even if there might be still some little things I need to revise here and there. But if it's not like major plot changes, then I will do that. Can you write it in the chat? I'm having a hard time apparently finding you. Okay. Okay, so I can try this hashtag. Let me go find it again. 4335. 4335. So you can try this one, or you can just try. Oops. What was it doing? Did it do it? I think it did it. Okay. Or you can try it with my author name, because I have that in there too. So maybe one of those will find it. Let me know which one it is, so I can remember it for next time. If I remember it for next time, because of my terrible memory. But maybe I might remember it next time. But yeah, I would say one of those two probably. Did you find me? Oh, Rachel found me. Yay. Oh, Alice, you found me. Which one did you use? I was able to send a friend request. I know, I just saw it. Oh, okay. Of course, we all do those, I think. Yeah, I think so. I think even planners probably do reverse outlines to kind of double check their work and see if there's anything that they need to take out. I mean, I think we all review our outlines while writing after the first draft. Oops, it skipped. I was able to send a friend request. The Shanon worked. Okay. Yes, and I did the Shanon hashtag 4335. So regular Shanon worked, and then the Shanon with the hashtag worked. Alice, when you did the first Shanon, did you maybe put 2 N's before the O? I know you know how to spell my name right, but even I put 2 N's before my O sometimes because it's what I'm used to seeing with other people's names. But I don't know if that might have done it. I don't know. Or maybe Discord was just being finicky. It could have been just being finicky. Yay. So cool. Yeah. And I'm probably on Discord more than I'm anywhere else. We have the AuthorTube Writing Conference Discord on there, so I am checking that. I also have the quite a few AWC teams that that I meet with. So there's one, of course, with me and Margaret and Devin, and then I have one for the anthology and one for awards. And then I have a Discord for my street team, which was only 3 people, but they were awesome. They did an awesome job for my book. And then I'll be looking probably for a street team middle of next year, possibly. So I have one for my street team, and then I have one that's my personal, where I collect things, like little tidbits that I send to myself, basically, about, I separate it into my books. So my categories are by books. So if I find something, if I find a picture somewhere I like, I'll send it to myself in like the book category. Like if I see something like that reminds me of Nira, I'll go under the book, and then I have a channel just for Nira. So I do that. I send myself lots of stuff. It's a good way to keep track of things. Of course, now if Discord ever went down, I lose a lot, but there it is. But yeah, I like Discord. I'm probably there the most. Oh no, I was trying your author name, SC Huston. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's not possibly like what they've given me. I think it's just when you're allowed to like give yourself like a name in there. I think I just added that in there later, because I wasn't always SC Huston when I started on Discord. I was for a short period of time a gamer, and so I was on there as Shanon. So with my gamer friends, yeah, short period of time. I wasn't a gamer for long, but we used Discord quite often because we were from all over the world. But yeah, that worked. Alrighty. I'm going to do one more sprint for anyone who is able to continue. That will take us to 1:45 my time and probably be off by 2 o'clock, which is usually when I like to end my stream on Mondays. And for everybody else, or for everybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for being here. It's awesome chatting with you all and getting to share and update everything that's going on with our writing and or goals. And for everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I am like a few sentences away from ending this chapter finally. So I'll be on a different chapter tomorrow. Hopefully I can get another chapter done today though. Throughout the day. Got a few things I gotta do, but I'm gonna finish this chapter first. So what did I do? I did 507 words, which is about par for course today. All in one chapter. Wow. I wonder if this chapter's too long. I don't think anyone's gonna complain, honestly. This meet cute is pretty it's pretty I don't know, what's the right word? Spicy. I mean, it doesn't go like there, but it's fighting and they're also attracted to each other. So yeah, there it is. Let's see how you guys did. Left off with talking about trying to find me in Discord, which I finally did get connected with everyone. And Nicoletta, it's an in-depth outline of the book after you've written. Oh, talking about the reverse outline. Yeah. See, I'm not really accustomed to the term. Sounds a bit like reworking a proposal or a show Bible, where you have to describe all the elements of your project in order to pitch it. But still not quite. Why go through the deaded outline process all over again? I'm too much of a plotter, and yet it sounds like an outlining vicious circle to me. So the person who is not a planner, that's like me, I'm not really a planner. I think of things, but I think about my stories for a really long time. Like this story's been in my head for 2 years. And so I've already had lots and lots of conversations with my characters and lots of things have happened. So I just get it all down so I don't forget what I was thinking because I don't have the best memory. So for me, what a reverse outline does, it's kind of like writing your scenes like on scene cards and then laying it all out to see what should stay in the story. Because a person who doesn't plot will often include things that really don't have much value to the plot or to the character growth. And sometimes it's hard to see holistically. So if you do a reverse outline, and like for my reverse outlines, I always put the POV character, the setting, the characters who appear in the scene, the characters who are mentioned but are not in the scene, any unnamed characters. And then I move into the POV character, what was their beginning emotional state, what's their end emotional state, and what was the plot point. And so overall, when I look at that for all of my chapters, I can say, okay, you know what? This one shouldn't have as much weight as it has. We can combine it. Or this one really has two different turning points, so it really should be split into 2 chapters. Occasionally I do come across chapters that I don't need, but that's getting rarer and rarer as I'm writing. Usually it's more like I need to add more chapters. So I don't have the opposite issue, which I used to when I was first starting writing. I'd had lots and lots of chapters I just didn't need. And doing the reverse outline was able to easily show that to me that I didn't need those chapters. Anyways, that's how it is for like someone for me who's not a plotter. For me, it helps with focusing on what each chapter is about, as I have a chapter by chapter outline. Yeah, I do it chapter by chapter as well. And I write fantasy romance now, so I usually only just have 2 viewpoints. Before, but I wrote fantasy. My trilogy is fantasy, and then all the books I used to write, I have tons of other books I've written, just never published. They're fantasy, and fantasy tends to have tons of viewpoints. So it was always important for me to keep track of the viewpoints and storylines and what they were doing and where they crossed over. And when I wrote my fantasy trilogy, it was very important because my trilogy is based off of Irish mythologies, and it's set in 3rd century Ireland, and they go to the other world. And the mythologies, they're not complete. It's very difficult for people to probably write about the Irish mythologies because it's not complete. And there's so many names that are the same that one name could be a mom, a sister, and an aunt, and even a daughter for one person. So it's kind of hard to like, okay, which story goes with which name? You're trying to figure out how all lays out. It's not easy. I tried for like 2 years. I did research in Irish mythology for 2 years, taught myself a little bit of Old Irish so that I could read some of the old texts. It was not easy trying to figure it all out. And so the only thing that was really known about what was said in the text, the mythological cycle of the Irish histories, is that going to the other world was a different time period, would would pass. It was usually like one day, and it never gave like specifics, but it was like basically it passed like slower. So if you spent like a day there, you'd come back and maybe a week has passed or something, but it never had like a specific time that it said in any of the mythologies, any of the stories. You just knew that time passed faster in the real world, like the mortal realm versus the other world. So I kind of did like a figure, like kind of figuring out, like looking at all the different mythologies where they cross over into the other world, or they came from the other world back into the mortal realm. I just kind of looked at what I thought were days, and I did like an average, and I thought, okay, this is what it's going to be. So, and I think it was 6 weeks, I think is what I decided on. So like and I had 3 sisters, and several other characters, but 3 sisters were the main viewpoints really. And they were coming back and forth between the other world and the real world. But they weren't always in the same place together. So if one left and she came back, like how much time passed and what were the other sisters doing, or what was happening in the story while she was gone? So it really helped me to do that, to keep track of everything with that as well. But, okay, I think I've hung out long enough to see if anybody's had any updates, and I don't see anything else coming through. So I'm going to go ahead and call it a day. I'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same setup, probably not as long, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if I'll go as long tomorrow, but okay. I will catch everyone later. Thanks for coming. Bye, y'all.